geluisterd. Naar aanleiding van de serieus. Ja, nee, serieus. Maar ik heb het heel lang niet meer gehoord. Maar ja, het zijn wel echt goed in elkaar. En B, het zijn mooie opnames hoor. Godverdikke. Vooral die oude albums, die zijn goed. Die latere albums worden eigenlijk steeds minder.
Is het allemaal Abbey Road of is het ook wel eens andere studio's opgenomen?
Zeker die oude zijn super.
Maar mooi, die TAD gewoon. Het is ook mooi. Hij is eigenlijk helemaal niet mooi.
Oh ja.
Oké. Ja, goed idee. Ik kan die voorzichtig daartussen de microfoon staat wel goed. Een tafeltje, dan kan je daar koffie op zetten.
Oké.
Maar wel een beetje idioot, hè? Zo'n set van hoeveel? 60k of zo?
Ja, boven de 60.
Heb je zo'n gamma-kabel tussen?
Ja, maar dan weet je dus ook meteen wat het doet.
Het klinkt echt gewoon
Het klinkt nu niet lekker.
Nee.
Er zit een glazigheid in, hè?
Maar het is ook zo vlak en zo dun, ja.
Vervelend, onrustig.
Irritant.
Ja.
Kijk hoor, wifi.
Oké.
Alpha Media toch? Ja, het Alpha Media was het toch?
Ja.
Huh? Wachtwoord.
Oh, dan is het volgens mij Alpha Media gewoon. Nou, we nu al kijken naar het zweven. Oké, de microfoons staan aan. Bring it on.
Heb je iets in de comments gezet van dit is gewoon,
Ja, ik heb het
je
net
bent een
even
fly on the
gezet.
wall?
Ja.
Alpha Rune.
Hebben we een playlist?
Ja, dan kijk hier. Heb jij ook een...
Ik heb geen room.
Je kan in...
Gelukkig zijn het ledlampen.
Hier zat hij al de dingen.
Alpha Media.
Ja.
Oh, staat het aan al? Nee.
Harry Trees. Wat is het? Playlist.
Even kijken hoor.
Martijn Microdynamic Test.
Oh, die heb ik toegevoegd.
Is dat?
Ja, dat is, ik heb een playlistje gemaakt met nummers die heel erg goed zijn om microdynamiek en dat soort dingen te kunnen.
Vega Trails.
Ja, dat is mooi. Moet hem even opzetten. Het zal niet lekker klinken nu, maar goed. Wat is het wachtwoord van Alpha Media?
Alpha Media. Kleine letters.
Ah, dat is het.
De basje was de
Zit
van de bas. Zo, wat een reverb.
Ja.
Ik heb natuurlijk een read, nee. Dus
Nee, studio.
is ook een delay ook hoor. Hoor je dat? Er zit een delay in ook.
Ja.
Leuk.
Maar hij speelt door elektronica heen. Dat hoor je.
Ja, zo'n EVI, zo'n electronic wind instrument.
Hij heeft ook pedalen zeg maar staan bij zijn voet.
Leuk zo.
Maar die bas is veel, dus het is gewoon dubbel bass. Dit is de bassist van Portico Quartet
Ja?
met de saxofonist van Melmo Hands.
Ik dacht al een beetje, het is een beetje herkenbare...
En die hebben dit in de lockdown periode opgenomen.
Ik Ken je de muziek van Christina Ploehar?
Nee.
Die heeft iets gedaan met Philip Jarouski. Maar dan doen ze dus ook een beetje ook improvisatie op barok. Nou, lijkt een beetje op. Ik heb ze een keer toevallig live gezien in vakantie.
Ik zet het toch even in de livestream, denk ik.
Wat?
Tekstje van dit is
We're not
transparantie.
Het is heel mooi dit. Ja, improvisations on Purcell.
Music for a while? Lekker aantekening maken.
Ken je Purcell een beetje?
Ja, ja, zeker.
Verder met nou, waar is...
Christina Ploehar.
Dit is ook gewoon namelijk een barok ensemble. Lekker hoor je. Heel veel valse lucht.
Ja.
Dat is een baslijn net dit.
Ja.
Maar zo'n baslijn dat maakt ook live. Ik heb wel eens
Ja, ja.
Heel
Oh. Oh, zo.
Ken je Jarouski? Dat wel toch?
Nee?
Dat ken je niet? Franse counter.
Ze kan het hoor. Oké, mooi hoor.
Dat is wel een mooie opname.
Ik heb hem zelfs een paar keer gezien in de Doelen. Hij heeft met orkest vandaag gespeeld toen van Bach van het al die passions. Right.
The snakes. Delfshaven of zo. Pilgrimskeer.
Ja, ja.
Heeft hij toen in die houten kerk.
Wilhelmskerk, ja, dat is helemaal mooi, want daar zijn ze vandaag vertrokken. Daar zijn we begonnen.
Precies, toen ging dan bergafwaarts.
Gent. Jullie zien niks nu? Daar, achter liggen? Top.
Ik zie alleen maar
Ja,
zo'n...
alleen een klein stuk wit.
Ja, oké, maar bij die andere kabels weet je niet precies.
Je ziet hem niet, en ik zie dus wel die grote oranje.
Ja, maar dat is de power
Ja,
cable.
nee, maar dat zie ik, dat
Ja.
doe ik niet.
Dat maakt niet uit, dat is de speakerkabel.
Hij valt ook mooi weg in de zwarte hoek.
Ja, hè? Dit is de baseline. Die mag je weten. Jullie hebben een playlist klaar?
Ja, als het goed is hebben we een playlist.
Oké. Ik ga zo koffie pakken. De stream staat aan. Ik wou tussendoor.
Staat die al aan?
Ja, die staat gewoon aan.
Oh.
Ik heb deze microfoons uit. Maar tussendoor, tussen de wissel, kan je misschien wel iets erover vertellen.
Niet,
Maar het is niet de bedoeling dat we ze helemaal gaan entertainen. In het Engels is wel prettig.
Wacht even. Heb je ze nou al erg klaargezet? Want
Martijn heeft een eigen lijst.
Ja, maar er staat deze niet in.
lijst.
Zullen we even een playlistje
Ik zou
maken?
heel kort even een playlistje maken.
Kun jij een room makkelijk? Ja,
Ik heb geen roen.
Ja, oké.
Zal ik ze
Nee,
even...
ik kan het niet. Kan je die wel aanpakken met mijn eigen laptop? Dat was het weer.
Ik weet het, uit mijn hoofd. Hoe kan ik een playlist maken? Hoe doen die dan hier? Zoek je eerst, hè? Dan zeg ik open.
Heel leuk, een salontafeltje van Basso Continue.
Nieuw. Dit is
Kabeltest.
speaker cable test. Oh, niet dit dan. Die hebben we. Dan moet ik zoeken naar Mercedes-Benz, hè? Was dat?
Ja, die heb ik ook 36 keer gehoord. Ik mis echt in mijn broek van het accent.
Ja, kleur.
Even kijken, hoe heet
Kleur.
Ja, dan is de vraag, hoe heet de uitvoerende?
Hij staat in mijn, als je naar home gaat,
Hij is er nergens van uit.
nee, maar home, gewoon helemaal linksboven tikken. Dus dan home, kijk, helemaal boven ligt, home. Er staat hier, wat is nou, dat is pas toegevoegd, oh edit. Hier is het, oké, helemaal.
Hij is wel uit.
Ja, ik heb hem op de was.
Oh, niet leuk zo. Kijk.
Die zit hier nu in, Mercedes-Benz als het goed is.
Ja.
En dan hebben we de derde was in Motu.
Maar doen we dan Oni en Lantern?
Nee, Oni, alleen Oni. Net aan het raad, ja. Dan pak je die. Kijk, en dan wil ik van... Deze track, moet ik zeggen, heb de playlist. Als het goed is, heb ik hem nu open. Ja, perfect.
Ja, daar beginnen we mee.
Nee, als jullie scoren,
Ja.
je hebt een briefje. 1 tot en 12, ik weet welke kabel het is.
Ja.
Probeer niet elkaar te beïnvloeden.
Nee, precies.
En als je zegt zo, dan denkt hij ook, kut wat moet ik horen. En andersom.
Heb je hem ook een digitaal? Ja, anders is het
Maak maar zelf een digitaal.
Voor mij boeien, maar ik denk dat dit de criteria zijn die anders zijn.
Ja.
Als je helemaal alles opgeschreven hebt, dan ga ik wisselen. Dan kan je het wel overleggen, maar het staat in ieder geval al op papier. Ja. Ik wil het echt eerlijk doen. Ik heb mijn top 3 al gemaakt. Je kan zien aan de datum van creatie dat het gisteren was. Ik heb echt een overduidelijke top 3, nee technisch. Ik heb koffie aan.
Op een plaatje dit.
Ja, dat is leuk. Die ga ik thuis in de lijst zetten. Ook omdat dit een beetje kletsmerachtig...
Ja. Ik heb dit wel eens een keer live gehoord. Vooral omdat ik weet dat er ook uitmuntende klassieke muzici zijn. Dat niet gewoon beide beheersen. Maar ook, ik wil graag hebben geraden door een kabel. Ik had 3, het is als
Dit is goed, man.
Ja.
Nee, maar er zitten je hoort dat het geen jazzmuzici zijn.
Nee, exact. Dat is het.
En
Precies. Dat is wat je hoort.
houdt volume gelijk, hè?
Ja.
Ik pak even een kopie.
Ja, daar was ik wel nieuwsgierig naar of het volume zou veranderen met verschillende kabels.
Ja.
Vast.
Ja. Halve dB.
Wauw.
In bepaalde gebieden.
Ze moeten dat ding in de gaten houden.
Ja.
Maar dat is verwaarloosbaar op de versterker, want als je de versterker een tikje hoger zet, is dat bijna al meer. Dus ik zou hem gelijk houden.
Ja.
Want het is niet op elke.
Welke
Het is
doen
niet
we eerst?
overall, zeg
Welke
maar.
doen we eerst, Martijn? Welke doet je handig om in te beginnen?
Even kijken hoor. Ik vind dat dit wel een mooie volgorde is eigenlijk. Want dan hebben we saxofoon en saxofoon, piano en drums.
En hoe lang doen we deze?
De meeste heb je denk ik ongeveer na 2 minuten
Ja,
kan je ze wel afkappen.
We moeten een beetje gelijk doen, denk ik.
Ja.
Maar is de olie ook na 2 minuten gewoon klaar?
Nee, maar er komt in een soort van, er komen dezelfde dingen weer, komen we dan weer terug daarna. Maar je hoort heel veel in het begin, dat geldt voor al die tracks.
Ja, dat is waar. Ja, want hier komt hij ook eerst a cappella, dan gaat hij die bas.
Ja. Ja, dat is na 2 minuten, want dan zit je halverwege, of 2 minuten zoveel zeg maar. Dus als je allemaal aanhoudt 2 minuten 30 of zo, dan maximaal, dan zijn we er wel. Koffie, even een kopje koffie. Wil je koffie, Joen?
Yes. Hier moeten we nou in Engels overgaan?
We moeten zo meteen naar het Engels overgaan, ja.
We zijn al...
Ja, maar de microfoon staat nu niet aan.
we kunnen alles zeggen wat we willen.
We kunnen alles zeggen wat we willen.
En een part.
Even kijken. Nou, dat is het idee dat we gewoon zelf onze indrukken hebben van die dingen, opschrijven. En dat we daarna denk ik dan even kort discussiëren. En dat moeten we op de microfoon doen. Dus Jaap,
Maar moeten we ook nog al deze 3 beluisteren op de gamma-kabel?
Ja. Ja, dat is de baseline.
Ja.
Even kijken, dus wat we doen is, we gaan zo luisteren.
Ja.
Moeten we nog even een introductie doen van de test?
Ja, doe maar eigenlijk.
Oké.
Dus dan gaan we 3 dingen op de kabel doen.
Ja.
En dan dan doen we opschrijven, de indrukken.
Ja.
Daarna discussiëren we even kort wat we gehoord hebben.
Ja.
En dan volgende kabel.
Ja. Klopt. Nou, je mag het introduceren. Je staat aan in het Engels.
Zijn we aan?
Are we live?
We are live.
We are live. Good morning. Let's see, where's the camera? There's the camera. Good morning on this. Maybe we should turn down the music a bit. Joen? Okay. Good morning on this, well, probably very, very, very long stream today. We're going to test 12 speaker cables blind, which means that Jung and I have no clue what we'll be playing. Jaap will change the cables and we will go out of the room or something like that when you do it.
You can look the other way.
Or look the other way. So
I'm going to go through the left.
Okay.
Yes,
So we're going to face that wall.
Well, you can check if we are really, what we're doing, because the difference with other live streams is that we are just, you are a fly on the wall, actually. Yeah. So I'm sorry, this time we're not really here to entertain you.
No.
but you will be entertained by seeing how we work and how we will do this, because we estimate that we'll be about 6 hours
Yeah.
we'll need for the test.
Yeah, 6 hours is not exaggerated.
No.
So
So
and-
also for the testing, what we did, Jaap has been measuring all these cables
before,
in the past week.
Yeah.
Being very, very busy. It was a gigantic task to do so.
humongous.
Honestly, in the end, it was not funny anymore.
No, I can imagine. He also made samples with these cables, so there will be a sample video with all the differences that you can hear.
Yeah.
What we don't know what the measurements are. We don't know.
We don't know the brands.
We don't know the brands. Well,
We had a clue, but we
have a
Yeah.
clue of the list. I mean, which brands participate, but we don't know which cable is what.
No.
So we will listen. We will write down our impressions. Then we'll discuss shortly what we think about it, and then change cable.
Yeah.
And that for 12 times, 14 times even, because we start out with a baseline, and the
Well,
baseline
no,
is
the baseline is in the 12 cable.
is in the 12
Yeah,
cables. Okay.
yeah, yeah.
So the baseline is literally a copper cable from a DIY shop,
And it's also in the measurements.
and it's
So
in the measurements.
You can check
Yep.
what is the baseline and what are the differences.
Okay, what's the price of this cable
€2?
per meter?
No,
For
In
10
total.
meters.
I think this is 6 meters. I think it's literally €3 or something, or 2.
And did you do something with
No.
no banana plugs?
No, just bare wire.
Bare wire.
How dare you?
Yeah, I did think, what am I doing? This is like 60 grand in hi-fi. I hope
Oh,
it
that's why I
doesn't-
smell little burning.
Yeah, I don't know if it can handle the pass laps.
Okay,
Wow.
we'll see. But anyway, if there's one thing, then people can listen also to the sample videos that indeed speaker cable will do something
Oh yeah,
compared with a bare copper wire from the DIY shop.
yeah.
So we will have that doubt.
Yeah, and we will not look into your chats just to
No.
not to be
I can
distracted.
check the chat.
But
if you
Jaap
want.
will, because Jaap,
Yeah,
he's
They are not.
yeah.
I'm here
We
for
have to be as unbiased as possible.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the criteria on which we will judge the cables are balance and what you say
Color.
Coloration.
or coloration,
Yeah.
so neutral or not, detail and blackness, I would say. So the noise floor
Yeah. Yeah.
as low as possible, imaging
Yeah.
with depth
Right.
and overall impression.
Yeah, what is your feeling with the sound?
Yep.
I mean, you can listen technically, or you can listen, do I like this?
Yeah, so neutrality and balance, detail, noise floor, stereo imaging, and overall.
We have a standardized playlist with 3 tracks. Today we're going to use Oni from Mammal Hands. We're going to use a track from a French a cappella group, and they sing Mercedes-Benz from Janis Joplin
Yeah, it's
with a hilarious French accent.
Yeah.
Sorry, people from France.
It's cool.
It's very nice.
Hilarious.
But they have it's a very nice recording.
Tell something about Oni. Tell
Ah.
something about, because you're
Mammal Hands is fantastic, man. I love that.
Yeah, it's a modern jazz, or I don't know if it's jazz. It's saxophone, piano, and drums. Fabulous recordings, really stellar recordings, and the way they play. I mean, he plays a lot of time. He plays a soprano saxophone, and you hear everything. That's just right in the sweet spot of your hearing, so that's nice. And the last one is from the Symphony Number 4 from Mendelssohn, the second part, but it's played by the Intercontinental Ensemble, which is 9 individual instruments, 9 players, who made an arrangement of the Mendelssohn Symphony, and it's recorded by Triptych, a Dutch label, also high-end recordings.
Brendan
in-
Heinst.
Brendan Heinz, yeah, and in a very nice little church in Schiedam, in the Netherlands. which is used a lot as a recording studio and has a absolutely wonderful acoustics, which you can hear. So the spaciousness, the imaging is predominantly on that last track. So we will play those. We will listen probably 2 minutes each because there's so many things to listen to. And we start off with the gamma cable.
On and only in the memo
And only.
hands. That's first.
Hij moet op 65 ongeveer.
Ja. Wat is de volume?
Ja. Mercedes-Benz.
Won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz? My friends all drive Porsches, I must make amends. Walk out of my lifetime, no help from my friends. Oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz? calling on you. So please don't let me down. Prove that you love me and buy the next round. Oh Lord, won't you buy me a night on the town?
I think this is a track that Vocal made on their demos. I think they even recorded it in their own studios or something, because
Okay.
it's nowhere to be found.
Nope.
We have it.
Vocal, the loudspeaker.
Yeah, Vocal JM Lab. Nice piece.
This is a really, really greatly played piece. Yeah.
Wow.
It's 9 individual players, so that's so fragile, and they do it with gusto, as we say in musical terms. It's wonderful. I like this one. I don't like Mendelssohn symphonies, but I start to love Mendelssohn symphonies again after I heard this one.
Yeah.
Don't look.
Okay, sorry.
We can, yeah.
We can look to each other. But
You know, during COVID, I assisted in the recording of the St. John Passion with
Yep.
a wood reed quintet,
Okay, yeah.
because it was COVID, and there were 6 soloists who were also did also the choir, the choral parties, the choral score,
Yeah.
and it was in in Amsterdam in the Lutheran church, so in really the red light district, but it was all dark by then, so there were the grant was closed, the red lights were off, but it was amazing. Only 11 musicians and us. I think we were the 4 of us in the live stream and the sound engineers. Actually, we had almost the same microphones as this one, the DPAs, and they were in a circle, so we were in the middle where normally usually the audience would be.
Yep.
There were the players, and you could really hear them individually. And it was what you say. It was so fragile, especially because there were a reed. Reed is always fresh. So there's a bass clarinet, there's a saxophone, oboe. Well, and I'll never forget it because I also felt so privileged to be part of that because there was no live music by then. Amazing.
You lucky bastard.
What
Yes.
What did you think about this cable? Your overall impressions?
This one.
Yeah.
Do you want to share now? Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah, that's okay.
Well,
We know what it is. So
yeah,
it's the only cable where
the
we know
overall
what it
the
is.
overall impression I wrote, moi.
Yeah, but
Uh,
you know how this system can
Yeah.
perform.
Yes.
Yes.
Both of you.
Yeah.
No,
Listened to this a
I
couple of times.
Yeah.
I would say the
You don't
But
see the cable
with-
now?
No, we don't see the cable.
Okay.
with the last track, my notes were where I only hear copper.
Me too,
So
actually.
it was as if there's only trumpets playing instead of
The flute.
a flute.
was more.
The wood, there were wood players, I'm sure, but there
Yeah.
I didn't hear any.
No,
Wood.
there's a flute player which is pretty predominant in this piece, and there's a horn and bassoon, and
There were.
I heard the cello.
Yes, that's what I heard.
I heard and bass, double bass. There's also double bass, I think. But I think the stereo image is so flat. And
Well,
there's
it
no-
is. Yeah,
Yeah.
it is. Left, right is okay,
Yep.
but it
Yeah.
doesn't come beyond
No.
30 centimeters of the speaker.
That's an interesting one. Because I actually can measure that.
You do.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's so.
That's
And
funny.
So this is okay.
this is
Left,
okay.
left, right. You can hear some.
But they're not very precise in the
No.
placement in left to right because
No.
the instruments, the last piece, you should. That's one of the reasons I picked this one. You should be able to point
Yeah.
out where every player is.
You know, I
positioned.
didn't even bother to do what you did. You know, you did like this. Okay,
Yeah,
it's
I was
no
like-
use.
Is there somewhere where I can listen to the position of the player?
No.
No.
And this is what I think. Yeah, this is what we also had with the interlinks. It's exactly the same. It was not bad. You know, it was.
No, it's not. It's not like if you are I don't know cleaning the house and you listen to music
Oh, no,
and
no,
you
no.
play this
No.
with this cable, then well, that's
That's
really
it.
good.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Harsh
I need
highs.
to tell you one thing. Because,
Hey, Jaap.
hey,
How are you?
Hey.
hey, you.
My
I
man.
don't know if they can actually hear me, but
Well, here.
yeah, okay.
No. Just take the mic.
Let's do it like this.
I think it's difficult because
Yeah,
you cannot
it's really
take-
hard.
It's okay.
I'll just pick it like this. The speaker cable is part of a chain. It's an interface between the amplifier and the loudspeaker. Every loudspeaker has an impedance curve. It's never straight. They say it's 4 ohms. This one is 6 ohms. It's nominal. It goes from this one goes in the bass to 32 ohms. Then it drops down, has another spike because of the bass reflex port, and then it's quite okay. A transistor amp doesn't care. But a tube amp does really care because the output impedance of a tube amp can be 3 ohms. So the lower your output impedance, the less it worries about the other side. Simplicity is here key, but every cable has an impedance. It adds up. So if you have a tube amp, the effects will be way bigger than we hear right now. And even I'm not going to bias you, but I did hear differences even when sampling. So that's why a cable has a certain impedance and it goes up.
So as a rule of thumb, when you have a tube amp, should you buy a
Then
cable?
you really should invest in good cable.
Well, but with low or high impedance, or with
Lower is always better.
okay, so no resistance cable would be.
Ideal. But it doesn't exist.
Well, Van der Hul is making one.
No, it has a really high impedance, but it's very flat. So the whole frequency range drops. And not certain parts.
So it's, yeah.
That's what you pay for.
Okay.
There is actual science in
Science
cables.
behind cables.
Yeah, there is. It's funny if you get into it.
So now cable one.
Next, we go into.
Because do you have something to add on our something to share with the viewers we didn't share yet on this cable?
No, it's. I try to forget this one as soon as I can, because it's well. I mean, everybody should do what they would like, but if you still think that speaker cable is a load of nonsense, and that copper wire from the DIY shop is as good a speaker cable, then
Be our guest.
be our guest. But I'm not buying it.
Okay, and first step in forgetting is to listening to something else. So this is speaker one, cable. Sorry,
Yeah.
speaker cable number 1.
Speaker cable number 1. No,
And-
this is 2. Sorry.
Yeah, but the blind one, number
Yeah.
1. Yeah. Okay, number 2.
Yeah, but if you swap
Okay.
the numbers, I can.
Yes. Okay, we'll do that. And gamma is number 1.
This is 2.
Thank you. Okay, Oni.
Won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz? My friends all drive Porsches, I must make amends. Walk hard of my lifetime, no help from my friends. Oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz? Mercedes Benz, yeah. day until 3. So Lord, won't you buy me a color TV? Color TV, yeah. Oh Lord, won't you buy? 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 Lord, won't you buy me? Won't you buy? Night on the town. Won't you buy? Calling on you. Won't you buy? Please don't let me down. Won't you buy? Prove that you love me and buy in the next round. Oh Lord, won't you buy me a night on the town?
Want to push the pause button on this one.
No. Beautiful.
Yeah, can you tell something about the price range of these cables? The
Yeah,
lows and the highs.
I got a complaint that I need to speak in the microphone. 800 to 1500 euro.
So the price range of the speaker cables we are testing, apart from the number one cable, the stock cable is 800 until 1500 euros a pair. Well,
With this
tell me.
cable, yeah, I had a feeling the high notes were predominant and that the whole stereo image was tilted. So it's like the highs are coming towards you and the basses are away from you.
And that was on the first track, I guess, the most.
The most on the first track, but also the last track with but also the singers. I mean the bass singers. I don't know how it's positioned. I couldn't really hear how the singers in the a cappella piece are positioned. In the last piece, I had the placement of the different players was better. From left to right, I could pinpoint them, but the whole image did stuck to the speakers a bit for me. There was not much depth into the imaging.
Except at the a cappella, there was some depth, but you're right that it wasn't very detailed, the imaging. My notes are the first track, a bit harsh as well. The piano was very nice. I think the piano sound was very nicely recorded. Whereas the saxophone was a little bit thin and the cymbals could be richer and warmer.
Yeah, the highs were very dry.
Yeah.
And I have the note that the hi-hats get too much attention in the percussion. So, but also with the piano, it's lively. It's this track, this Mammal Hands track, only can sound or very lively or a bit dull.
Mm-hmm.
It's very strange.
It's either or.
It's either or.
Yeah.
And it was very lively in this one, so
Yeah.
it's like energetic.
Yeah. And what I must say that you're right. I was amazed by the thumb slap. You could hear almost the skin.
Yeah.
And I haven't heard that before because I know the Mercedes-Benz track quite well. That was very nice. I think the detailing is good. And what I thought about the last recording, it was if you were in a room, actually, because if you are sitting here and there's a 9-piece ensemble playing, they're not going to, they're over there, and you're here.
I know this church, how it sounds,
yes,
because I played there also myself, I know it's possible to get more information,
more involved,
more involvement, and more information of the sound of the church than I heard now.
Because it was a little bit like, yesterday I was at Sabelfleuten, the live performance in Amare in The Hague, a big venue, big hall, so the orchestra was way in the back, and it was like that. Really, it was like, and it was okay because I don't know the room. You know the room, you know the church, but I thought, okay, they're playing there, I'm here. So, but it's nice to hear that.
Yeah, it's a lovely church for sound. It's incredible. Yeah. Okay.
So overall, livelier.
Overall, I think it was livelier indeed. Then it's a bit for me a tilted stereo image.
Yeah.
So the highs towards you and the bass away from you.
Yeah.
And it's energetic.
Yeah, I had rhythm and pace.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
Number 3. Yes, ready for it?
Yeah. Okay. Bring it on.
Oni.
won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz? My friends all drive Porsches, I must make amends. Work hard of my lifetime, no help from my friends. Oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz?
for 1 minute in spare time.
Yeah.
Beautiful piece.
Yes.
Very atmospheric.
Well, Jung.
Jung, your microphone.
Yeah, I know.
Didn't know if you were aware.
Very aware.
Okay.
Very woke.
Woke. Okay.
Well,
we're gonna swap the cables.
Um,
Was it different?
If it was different, yes, this was
It
very
was very-
different.
Okay. Wow. Cool. Nice.
I have a lot of impressions.
Yes, I heard you writing like hell. Okay, let's do the short.
Very obvious, this cable.
Okay, we will close our eyes.
It was most balanced, I would say, up to now. This is my, but at complex and high volumes, it seemed compressed. The highs were very brittle, and the snare on the first track was just right. You know, it had enough lows and highs because snare is very difficult to record, and the piano sounded somewhat dark.
Mhm.
And I missed in Mercedes-Benz the thumb slap detail. It was just like it was not like the other one. But on the other hand, the S's were rounded off very nicely. The Benz. She has a pretty sharp S. So it was very rounded. And I thought in Moti was very detailed, and I liked the double bass. Sometimes and it was more involved, actually. Overall.
Yes, that's the thing. I think it was. It had a very rich sound.
Yeah.
So a warm, rich sound, and I thought that the balance between the low notes, the mid tones, and the high notes were nice in this case. And what I heard with the singers was with the male vocals that you heard both the low and the highs of a male voice. So it was more supported.
That's true. Yeah.
And with the Mammal Hands track, there were so much little details in the sound of the saxophone and the sound of the percussion, especially in the percussion. The sounds were very detailed and a lot of microdynamics in the instruments.
But did you also hear in Motor some? It was squeezed when they really played loud.
No,
and
no.
Complex. Okay. Then it could be my ears.
Well, it can be. I mean, I didn't pay attention to that part. What I heard was far more the surroundings in which they played.
Yes.
So the dimensions of the church, it's a little church. So the reverb is not that very long. I mean, with a church you think about big reverb, but it's a small church. And actually I thought the placement of the players was wonderful in this one.
Yeah.
There was so much depth in the stereo.
Yeah,
image.
they were. It was.
They were really sitting
3D.
in a circle
Circle, yeah.
before you, and that.
Sorry, I was referring to Mammal Hands on the first one because that becomes very loud at about 1 minute.
Yep.
And then I had the impression that it was a little bit
Compressed.
squeezed. Yeah.
Yeah, can be. It can breathe more than it did.
Yeah.
But it was still energetic. It didn't.
It was, yes.
It didn't.
Yes, I'm pretty sensitive, I guess, to compression. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's nice.
Yeah.
I from all things that we heard so far in the cables, I thought this one was the most balanced one I heard so far, and also the most rich in terms of involvement.
Yeah.
I mean, the more the balance, but how do I say it? The fact that the bass was more sustained
Yes.
or more prominent also influences the sounds above it.
Yeah.
And that's what you hear. It gets richer, it gets fuller, it gets more, and it's still energetic and involved. I like that combination.
No, but I'm just. It's funny that you heard such a big difference.
Yeah, it's a really big difference.
Cool.
Yeah.
They're gonna be happy, I think. Oh, I'm not gonna tell you.
No, don't tell us.
I'm
We-
not gonna tell you. It's finished, so you can...
Next one.
next one. Yeah.
Number
4.
already.
All right.
Oh, well, number 4 already. So we're gonna faster than we thought,
Yeah.
which is nice.
Which is very nice.
Because
Memo.
also, what you cannot see on the live stream, but what we feel here is very warm inside here.
Yeah.
You see that big blue light? It's been on for 4 days because I needed it every day. And that's 400 watts of pure energy in a room that is not air conditioned.
You should really consider making a warmtewisselaar, a
Yeah.
heat exchange system, so you can.
On the other room next to this one is the server room, which has, I think, around 4 servers on permanently. A Pass Labs Class A Grim UC1 that's actually really hot. The Sonnet, which is actually really warm, and this system has been on for 4 days straight, so it's quite warm. I'm sorry, guys.
Being professional involved in the energy transition, I wouldn't recommend this.
My eco footprint is huge.
Yeah. But
Okay.
anyway,
Only-
let's on.
Mammal hands.
Double hands.
Next.
Won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz? My friends all drive Porsches, I must make amends. Walk hard of my lifetime, no help from my friends. Oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz? Mercedes Benz, yeah. Want you by night on the town. Want you by calling on you. So please don't let me down. Want you by prove that you love me. And by the next round. Oh Lord, won't you by me? A night on the town.
Breaking it off every time feels like a
Oh yeah.
crime against humanity.
Beautiful piece.
Crime against Mendelssohn.
Beautiful piece.
This is
So,
I have a very mixed feeling with this cable.
You do.
Yes,
Tell me. Oh, wait a minute.
don't look, don't look, don't look.
we don't look. With the with Mammal Hands, I thought everything, the bass notes were sounding very muffled, and although the saxophone had a lot of space around its sound, so it breathed more, the sound of the saxophone, but the bass was, and the hi-hats were, it was tick tick tick
Yeah.
tick tick, which wasn't I it was a bit I got like listening to Mammal Hands, I was like feeling itchy.
You were restless.
Yes.
And where does it come from? The restlessness.
I think it was the balance between the saxophone and the percussion. The percussion was too dominant.
I think it's a very delicate recording because
Yes.
what you say is either too laid back or too much.
And this was too much.
This was too much. Yeah.
In the
Mammal Hands in
treble?
Yeah.
In a balance, and
Yeah.
because the tonality of the saxophone, usually you have a bass player. What you say is usually you have a bass player that gives the fundamentals to a recording. Now it's the piano on the left hand who does it. I do it also when I accompany in a small, and it's difficult because you really miss the bass. Also, the singer sometimes misses the bass,
Yes.
and that becomes restless. That's exactly what you. Yeah. So it could be the performance that's restless, but we have heard other recording traditions where it wasn't like that.
But then we went over to Mercedes-Benz, and then I thought, well, this is nice because there was so much space around the voices, and the placement it played more compact than with the previous cables, but that was actually for that piece
It was
better.
just right, yeah.
It was right.
And you could hear the layering in voices.
Yes.
Even in the female voices, you could hear maybe also the mids, and you could really hear them breathe as well. And I don't want to hear them breathe every time, but it was just right. It was just what you want to hear with an a cappella group. You
One of my notes was they sing together.
Yeah.
And that was what struck me the most. They sing together. It wasn't different voices, but it was a group of voices singing together, and that I liked a lot.
I thought the stereo image was pretty big.
Yeah.
Also very tight.
Yes.
It was well focused.
Jaap says that the stereo image was big and tight and well focused.
And it was detailed, but not overly analytical. For me.
Well, with the Intercontinental piece, the Mendelssohn, the last one, what I wrote down was it's this whole performance is airy. It's light on its feet.
Exactly.
But also you're much closer to the ensemble playing.
Yeah.
So if you were sitting in the hall, you're sitting in the front rows, and not back in the hall. So you heard less of the environment in which they were playing, but it was very, very nice to listen to. It was very easy to follow the different instruments.
Yeah.
But again, with the Intercontinental, it was sharp in the upper tones of the violin and the violins. But it was nice in the cello, the bassoon, the double bass. But the higher notes were too sharp. The overtones of the violin became too sharp for me.
So for you, the connection between bass, mids, and highs are a little bit off.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's the connection if it's off, but the higher notes and especially the overtones. So what a violin, it's metal they play on. Metal strings, and the problem with violins is if the balance is not right, it can become a little bit sharp in its overtones. You hear the metal of the strings, and I heard the metal of the strings.
Yeah.
You have insanely good ears.
No, but it's when you hear a violin live, it's the same.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
It's very delicate balance, but a
That's
violin.
funny, because I know the measuring part of every cable, and I think, holy shit.
You don't need your measuring instruments.
Oh, we have more time.
But overall I think
really funny.
I wrote down the overall it's very involving actually. It's very detailed.
Yes.
So I found myself listening to music and becoming aware. Okay, what am I listening? So you're right. It can be a bit harsh, but that depends on your recording, and it can also depend on your system. When you have a forgiving system, it could be a very nice cable. I think.
This is an unforgiving system in a lot of respects.
But I'm going to tell you one thing, because it doesn't matter. You already wrote it down, and you're not going to change it. One of the fundamental measurements I noticed is the impedance. The impedance curve of every cable is crucial for how the frequency response eventually is, and frequency response is what we can hear. I'm not talking about phase. That's another part. I can't measure phase in a cable yet. I don't know how. No, but this is the only cable that has a curve that most curves go like this, it goes up, frequency goes up, impedance goes up because higher frequencies need more energy, blah, blah, blah. This one goes like this. So there are, I don't know, knikken.
It's bumpy.
It's it's not bumpy. It just has, it goes like this. So it's a weird curve.
It's a skiing slope.
Yeah, but it's in the audible
That's bumpy.
frequency range.
Yeah.
And I think, holy shit, maybe that's the imbalance that you notice.
Probably.
But for all people, all the measurements will be in the article, which will go live, I think, Monday or something like that. So you can see all the comparisons and stuff like that. So it's an interesting one.
Yeah. But overall, if you want to have something which I think is airy and light-footed,
It is.
then this one is very nice to listen to.
Yeah.
And personally, I always have this thing. I mean, I play music. I don't know how it's for you, Jung, because you also play music. But I always like it if I'm close to the players.
Yeah.
So not very far in the hall, but closer. But that's because I can hear all those details and the little things that you hear also when you're playing yourself. And that is a little bit of an imbalance in the total imaging, of course, then, if you're very close to the players. But that's personal preference, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess.
Good. Thank you. I thought it was a very pleasant cable, airy, light-footed. I think we agree on that.
Yep.
Jaap says it was very pleasant, airy, and light-footed.
Let's go. Next.
Wait a minute. Yep.
Number 5. Mambo number 5.
Mammal hands.
Won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz? My until 3. So Lord, won't you buy me a color TV? Color TV, yeah. Oh Lord, won't you buy? 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 Lord, won't you buy me? Won't you buy night on the town? Won't you buy? Calling on you, so please don't let me down. Won't you buy? Prove that you love me and buy the next round. Oh Lord, won't you buy me a night on the town?
What did you think, Jung?
Well, the I think it was the best with Mercedes-Benz
Mm-hmm.
that I enjoyed the most. I didn't enjoy it at all the first track.
No?
No.
Okay. What was lacking?
Well, in the first place, I had to put the volume much lower, so I don't know what's up with the cable, but it's.
Change it.
Huh?
The volume.
I had to change the volume 3 steps or 4 steps down. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
I thought the highs were far too much stressed, and I heard that one piano note was off tune.
Okay.
There was one, I think it was a G or the A. It was off tune, and well, you could say that's very detailed. But I couldn't help but noticing things I didn't like. So that's purely
Funny.
impressionist.
Yeah.
And I wrote down where's the bass.
Yeah.
Because I missed the first bass note I heard was with Imotu at 2 minutes and 20 seconds. And when there is no bass, there is no soundstage. So
No, true. Yeah.
and restless, nervous, and only the a cappella I found more coherent and more of my liking. And the imaging was okay; it was white, but I noticed that I kept listening on to things I missed, and that's not good.
That's funny. I have completely different notes.
Well, that's why it's nice. You know, when we would agree on everything, it would be not nice. So it's
It's funny. It's funny.
please share with us.
Yeah, I'm curious as well.
I thought this was very clean in the sense of a very clean sound. I understand the bass part, what you're saying, but that's what I translate as clean. And I thought that the balance between the instruments, also with mammal hands, was very nice in the
Okay.
sense that I hear the saxophone, piano, and the percussion in a much nicer way.
Okay.
The low piano notes were very much detail in the piano notes. Also, the saxophone had a lot of detail in the saxophone sound itself. There was a lot of detail, but it's a little bit drier and a little bit brighter, but not bright in the negative sense, because with the violins in the end, with the intercontinental ensemble, there were no harsh overtones. It was a very rounded violin sound. But with the intercontinental ensemble, I think the spacing, the imaging, it was huge in the sense of the space that you felt like there were no walls around the.
Were you sitting at the front row or in the middle of the universe or so?
It's like more like you're a little bit more to the back, not very in front and more to the back, but that it's like you're sitting there and there's a light on the ensemble playing and the rest of the room is dark and you feel like the space is gone. I mean, like there's an endless space around the Intercontinental. And I know the characteristics, so I think I know what this cable is, the brand, because I think that's a specific thing they do.
Would you say it's like a zoom lens? That it focuses on a
Yes.
distance you
Yes,
know there's much more going on around, but
yes. I think that's a very, very good way to compare it.
so
Yeah.
there's detailing,
Detailing, yeah.
but it's not not congruent to the place you are sitting from,
Yes,
because
yes,
the lens puts you closer than you are.
yes. Yeah, I think that's a very good way to describe
Because-
it.
Yeah.
But also,
Well, that would explain why I don't like it in a way. You know, I liked overall. It's not a bad cable, but there was something that was not right in what in Dutch congruency.
Yeah.
So I'm not listening it from the position to where I'm sitting. So I understand when a cable is flat. Okay, it's over there, but it cannot be detailed and.
yeah, I understand. It cannot be detailed and from a distance. It has to be
At the
either
same time,
or,
yeah.
if you are sitting in a room. But that is, I think this cable is about coherence in samenhang. I have it in
Yeah.
Dutch, which is you sit in the musical line. So I found myself again listening to the musical lines of what
Okay.
was playing, and I'm sitting in the different melody lines of the different instruments with normal hands, also with the voices, and also with the Intercontinental Ensemble. So I'm more listening as a musician than I'm listening as a someone visiting a concert.
Yes, but we're not listening. I think Now I'm not listening. We're listening professionally almost now. So we are
Yes.
listening as musicians or as reviewers
Yes.
or whatever.
Did it feel coherent for you?
No.
Well, yes, for me it did. Yeah, not. I can understand why you say no, but it's the dynamics also in this cable. The dynamics of the music were so nice in the continental ensemble. I mean, when they
Yeah. I think.
but I think I know what this cable is. I will see afterwards, so it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, you have an idea?
Yeah,
I'm not gonna say yes or
no.
What do you think?
I think it's the Ricable. Ricable.
Okay.
But that's a feeling.
Okay.
Jaap, any observations or things you want to share?
Let's see. Yeah, otherwise they don't see me. I got comments online.
Well, they don't have to see you. We're doing our work.
No,
so
we're doing
not
our work. That's
entertaining
true.
viewers.
This is actually how we
We're
work.
sorry, we're just working and you're a fly on the wall.
Yeah. Still a lot of people watching from the beginning, by the way. It's so respect for you that it's hard work. I felt I only listened through headphones during sampling. I didn't sit down during the whole process. But I have the same feeling now I'm sitting in a room. The stereo image you can't hear on a headphone, but I think the stereo image is very different from other cables. I feel it's very deep, but not very wide. So it's like the spotlight is a good one. It's a very good analogy in this case, because it feels like a spotlight on the music and the rest is dark. But for me, I feel like it's a little bit of a tunnel. So it does go beside the loudspeakers, but not very much. There are cables that project a lot wider than this one. I did like the tightness in the whole image. Yeah, as I said, tonality is neutral for me, and it's very tight, but almost analytical. And I don't know if I like that. Okay. But it is very different, yeah. So that's my 2 cents on this one. Okay, next one.
Yep.
Number
6.
Number 6.
Won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz? My friends all drive Porsches, I must make amends. What part of my life
Wat is dit?
for my friends? Oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz?
Well, Martijn,
I was annoyed.
Annoyed?
I was annoyed, yeah.
Why?
It's emphasizing the upper mid-range. If this was paint, I would say this is super high gloss paint. And it was like trying to impress me with a very detail-rich, by emphasizing the higher mid-tones, and a very huge stereo image, which was larger than life for me.
at all tracks?
with the, yeah. Also, no, I don't know. I was
You're really irritated, are you?
I was really irritated. Yes.
I was impressed, actually.
Okay. I was I was with the Intercontinental Ensemble. I thought it was almost a crime. No, well, no. This is not me. No.
Okay.
I
Well.
don't know why, but
Okay. All right. Well, we totally disagree on this.
yes, okay.
Well, not
I
totally.
like with the previous one. Okay.
Because what I on my hands, my notes were bass.
Yeah.
I had a really live feel, and what I noticed was that especially the drum, the toms and the no, it was not floor tom, I guess. Well, it was very nicely done because usually it's too much, but it was really. I was there, and I was also surprised to hear the sub bass even at Mercedes-Benz, which did something with the imaging. So I wasn't irritated. I thought, well, okay, this is from the cables I've heard so far. I like this the best, and but you were right that it stresses the upper mid range.
Oh yes, definitely.
That's absolutely what's going on with this one.
Yeah.
But since it also does something with the bass, it might be just right.
For me, my note was with Memo Hands that the bass notes are separated from the rest of the sounds. For me.
Okay. No, but there's no good or wrong with
I
on.
do feel you, but I agree with you. My first note was, holy shit, bass.
Yeah, bass.
In the back it was like...
Okay.
Yeah, and it, yeah.
But
When
I
you-
said on front and on headphones, it is impressive. So the balance is a little bit off.
Yeah.
I think it's still okay.
Okay.
So this could be Ricable.
Could be. Yeah.
Would be my bet.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see in the end. I'm curious. I don't know all brands, so I don't know all the characteristics of all brands. But
What do you think? So the imaging was too much?
yeah, it was
In-
larger than life.
Yeah.
It was a little bit on steroids. For me.
I can imagine. Please don't look.
No, I'm not. We're not.
We're-
This one.
I have my reading glasses on, so I don't see anything.
Yeah, so because with the last track with the Intercontinental Ensemble, I was so annoyed. I had a little bit trouble of proper listening. I tried.
You want to
but
put it off.
Yeah, I really.
So we had 1 minute less of listening with this cable. But that's the nice thing. I'm very curious on how this relates to the measurements Jaap did.
Yes.
Well, I have to look this one up.
Oh, we'll have that.
No, it's
later
not.
on.
You don't have to. But you can talk here because people can hear you through this mic, right?
I switched this one off.
Oh, you did.
Okay.
I have to. I can check.
No, well,
Well,
no.
yeah,
Let's
it's easy,
continue.
It's easy.
No, it's not
Make
easy.
sure we can't see it.
No, you can't. So, if correct, people can hear me now in stereo. Measurements.
Imaging of Jaap
I'm
now.
not gonna put them on screen, but let me see. Cables, speaker. I have hundreds of megabytes of measurements in here. Mouse test. Okay, all cables. Grafieken.
It really
Oh, yeah.
annoyed me.
I
So strange.
so for all people,
That can happen.
all the measurements and the comparison graphs will be in the review, and you can download them. And I advise you, the comparison graphs you can download losslessly from our server. Please do, because compressed, it's so much lines in there you can hardly see them, but you can download them. Let me see. This one was this one. Okay. Response is pretty average. Impulse response had a slight overshoot, so maybe that's why you hear the brightness and the accentuation. Could be that one.
Impedance?
Impedance is smooth. Yeah, no weird stuff there. And this one, it's right in the middle of the impedance and the phase. But I think what you hear, we did a square wave measurement to see if the square wave remains a square wave or that it's rounded. But this one had a slight overshoot, and there are two other cables that also have a slight overshoot. And I think that's what creates the brightness and the accentuation of higher notes. Just like NOS DACs and oversampling DACs have also an overshoot, and you perceive that as detail, but it's actually a slight. It's an energy. Hoe zeg je dat? It's an overshoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know another word for it.
Okay.
But it does measure pretty well in terms of impedance and phase and conductance, and it's straight in the middle. It's also a shielded cable, and I think shielding has an influence on overshoots because it also absorbs energy, and it has to go somewhere. And what I noticed with all shielded cables, they all have overshoot.
Okay.
So maybe that's why some producers don't shield, because it does color the sound a little bit. Except for one. I'm not going to tell you which one.
No. We're halfway through with the cables.
We can do one more and then have a small break.
Break?
Yeah.
You want to break now?
No, we can do one more
One
and then
more
have a
and
small.
then a break?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, whenever you are ready.
Yep.
Wait. So we have number 7. Well, only 4 to go.
Yeah. High five.
12 cable.
12 in total.
Only animal hands.
Mercedes Benz. My friends all drive Porsches. I must make amends. Work hard of my lifetime, no help from my friends. Oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz?
First impressions.
Martijn is still writing his seminal novel. Very calm and collected and neutral and laid back.
Yes, laid back.
I remember I fell asleep at the last one. I was having my eyes closed and I.
You liked it.
It's a very rounded sound.
Yes.
I noted. It's but still light. It's a light rounded sound, which is sounds like a contradiction, but it's up there. It's a bit emphasis on the higher notes, but it's also very rounded.
Also the top end.
Yeah, the top end. Yeah, but the top end is not rounded. No,
No.
that's not rounded. It's prominent, but the sound itself is rounded.
Yeah.
It's very flowing.
It's very.
Yeah.
It's very relaxing.
Yes,
It's,
very relaxed. I had relaxed listening.
With your yoga tracks, you're totally in.
Cool.
It's very
Uh,
pleasant to listen to.
Yeah.
But also in the stereo imaging, the whole stereo image was a bit further
Yes,
away.
it's what for yeah. That's
So
exact-
you're more at a
Even Mercedes-Benz, which is very closely marked, they were way more back than the other ones.
Cool.
And I could hear some squeezing at memo hands.
Yeah.
There was some squeezing when it was very loud. Speaker said, "Okay, guys, cool.
Chill.
Chill."
But the saxophone in Memo Hands was placed further
Yeah.
back than in all the other times we listened to it. So it's like it was literally behind the piano and the drums. If I would imagine it in my head where they're standing in the space. So that was curious.
It's funny. Again, confirms my measurements. So ASR, definitely measurable, man. It's another platform that doesn't believe in cables.
Okay.
I do respect the guy, by the way. He knows a lot about technology and he has the best equipment.
You
in the
mean
world.
Audio Science Review?
Yeah, but I don't think he measures cables the right way.
Okay.
That's-
Okay, let's have a talk about that ASR.
I'll have a chat with him. A respectful chat, by the way. Because this is the cable with the absolute lowest resistance across the whole bandwidth. It's crazy.
Okay.
Absolutely nuts.
So that's the flowing part, maybe.
Maybe. But it also has the highest impedance.
Okay.
The curve goes like through the roof. And I could see that in the response measurement on the loudspeaker because the highs are rolled off. That's the relaxing part.
Yeah.
But what creates the pinpoint stereo image? High frequencies. So I think that's why the stereo image
Yes,
is more laid
more
back,
back, yeah.
instead of going forward in comparison to the previous cable that accentuates the higher frequencies.
But then the strange thing is that with Mercedes-Benz, what I noticed was that their voices were
Voices are mid-range.
are lightly colored. So it's the whole coloration of the voices was not that much
because
chest, but
in
more
the
like
bass it also
throat.
rolls down
True.
a little bit.
Yeah.
The bass is not accentuated and the highs are not accentuated. So it's more the mid-range that is
Okay.
prominent in this cable. And we're talking tenth of dBs.
yeah, but
but
you
noticeable.
yeah, noticeable. Yeah.
And it has the highest inductance, and that's why the impedance is so high, because the inductance is high. And an inductor is actually a low-pass filter in a loudspeaker, so that's why the highs are definitely rolled off in this cable. It's above 15 kilohertz, but it goes down.
Okay.
And I think it's definitely noticeable.
Yep.
In this case, it's like, holy shit, you actually do hear that, and it's measurable. So
Yeah.
this was a funny one, because I do agree with the flowiness of the cable. It's very smooth.
It's a very smooth. So if you have a system which is very, or maybe speakers which are a bit on the bright side, then pairing it with a cable with this kind of characteristics may tone it down a little bit.
Yeah, in a subtle way.
Yep.
And in a good way, because I do agree it's pretty neutral.
Yep.
It doesn't have a very high wow factor like the previous one. I think it's a little bit of wow, that's impressive. But you need to be careful with cables like that. But I did like it.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna swap the cables.
Yeah.
No, and
We
well,
wanna
a break,
have a little
small
break.
now.
because I'm really into a break.
You need food.
And do we put some music on for the viewers,
yeah,
or
we can
put it on
no,
pause?
because
Place
otherwise we
cable.
will be banned.
no? I have some.
Right-free music,
I guess so.
or we can put on Alpha Radio. Those are the live recordings. That's fun.
Is it on Roon as well?
Yeah, it's in my room. If you go
Alpha,
to my
Alpha Radio?
Alpha Radio.
Edit.
Yeah.
No, it's Sagan and Sick Individuals.
No. It's in the My Live Radio. And then Alpha Radio. If you put it on.
Play now.
Yeah, we don't get banned. We still have music. Ja, go. Ja.
Irritant hè, van die...
Ja, die
Rob me
muziek.
of your time, made a way into the symphony of your beautiful mind.
Ja, hij heeft 3 keer opgetreden, hè? Dus dat,
Your beautiful mind.
Oké. Even eten in de andere ruimte.
My love could kill. My love could kill. I would kill this. I would kill this. My love could kill. My love could kill. My love could kill. Decided to read differently because it suits me better. I'm not taking it for granted that I'm getting it together. They tell you read between the lines. They tell you always keep an eye. They tell you things ain't what they seem. What if I'm happy to believe what I'm seeing in my dreams at night, where everything's easy and fine? You can call me wide-eyed, but I'm seeing what I like. I used to twist my brain, used to drive myself insane, getting my hopes up high. I was used to flying blind. They tell you read between the lines. They tell you always keep an eye. They tell you things ain't what they seem. What if I'm happy to believe what I'm seeing in my dreams at night, where everything's easy and fine? You can call me wide-eyed, but I'm seeing what I like. What I'm seeing in my dreams at night, where everything's easy and fine. You can call me wide-eyed, but I'm seeing what I like. It's a whole new light. It dawned on me tonight. It's a whole new light. It dawned on me alright. It's a whole new light. It dawned on me tonight. It's a whole new light. It dawned on me alright.
losing you. I'm selfless, careless, focused on the truth. Why do I keep loving you when it's only slowly fucking up my mood? Misguided by your words for way too long. How could I not know what was going on? Why do I keep losing you? Keep losing you, you. Is she all you ever wanted? With more than your regret? Is she all you ever wanted? How can you forget about us? Oh, forget about trust. Oh yeah, forget about us. Oh, forget about our love. What did I do to you to deserve these crazy ego-tripping games? What did I say to you to cold-hearted lie to me every day? Misguided by your words for way too long. How could I not see what was going on? What did I do to you? Did I do to you? You. Is she all you ever wanted? With more than your regrets? Is she all you ever wanted? How can you forget about us? Oh, forget about trust. Oh yeah, forget about us. Oh, forget about our love. Oh yeah. 'Cause we've been running circles like everything was okay. When I finally understood without a doubt it was too late. I never needed savior, fought for you anyway. I need some time to breathe. I'll be focusing on me. Forget about us. Forget about trust. Forget about us. Forget about us. Forget about us. Oh, forget about trust. Oh yeah, forget about us. Oh, forget about our love. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Forget about us. Forget about us. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Ooh. Oh yeah. Ooh.
Lay down with me under the sun, under the waves. Let's turn the tides. Give me your heart and tell me no lies. Soothing words and tender arms. darkness I find. 'Cause even the sun can win from the night, so don't start that fight. Fallen asleep on the road again, I'll lay you to rest in my arms, and we will find a way to get ourselves right out of this place. For so long we've been moving against the wind, I think we should get off the path and leave our thoughts behind. All I need is a little more time. Come lay your head on my heart, 'cause it aches, and swallow my fears. There's no more I can take. Let's forget all the things that we said and move on to another day. Nothing more to be done right now. We've given ourselves away, so you can raise your voice in anger or just wait till the morning breaks. So stay with me, pray with me, we'll be okay, because the only thing I know is I don't want us to break. Come lay your head on my heart, 'cause it aches, and swallow my fears. There's no more I can take. Let's forget all the things that we said and move on to another day. Oh, life keeps kicking in like a drug that we've overused, doesn't it? And life keeps dropping us off on a road where we've never been, doesn't it? Oh, I wish you could see what I mean when I'm saying this, darling. Oh, life keeps kicking in like a drug that we've overused, doesn't it? Life keeps kicking in like a drug that we've overused, doesn't it? Life keeps dropping us off on a road where we've never been, doesn't it? I wish you could see what I mean when I'm saying this, darling. Oh, life keeps kicking in like a drug that we've overused, and I've fallen asleep on the road again. Just lay me to rest in your arms. Come
will never fall in love. In a restless world like this is, love is ended before it's begun, and too many moonlight kisses seem to cool in the warmth of the sun. When I give my heart, it will be completely, or I'll never give my heart. And the moment I can feel that you feel that way too. Yes, when I fall in love with you.
It's a true story. 1, 2, 3, 4. This town is a mess. B&B sells lies. I can't begin to guess how I'm still alive. No flash photography, it makes the birds go blue. A monkey in a cage, he ain't got shit to do. I can feel my knees when I'm crying at the zoo. I'm crying at the zoo. The world came crashing down on me. I'm feeling like a fool, crying at the zoo. As people pass me by, they laugh at my face. They see a grown man cry, a boy out of place. Wolves howl at the sun, I wanna get up and run. A polar bear on fake snow, I got nowhere to go, so I cling on to you. It's the only thing to do. I'm crying at the zoo. The world came crashing down on me. I always get this blue, watching the cocoon. I'm crying at the zoo. The world came crashing down on me. I'm feeling like a fool. I think it's time to get going. We'll take the early flight home. I wanna sleep in a bed that I can call my own. Wolves howl at the sun,
I wanna get up and run.
cling on to you. I'm crying at the zoo. The world came crashing down on me. I only get this blue. Crying at the zoo. I'm crying at the zoo. The world came crashing down on me. I'm feeling like a fool. Can't we just go home?
Hey baby, do you know what you're running from? You look tired and your hair is all undone. Don't you know that you can breathe when you're in too deep? Sometimes you run so fast, it's hard to see.
Take a breath and talk to me like I'm your friend. It seems like you ran straight into a dead end. Light shining and your face pressed to the floor. Don't worry, there's no running anymore. Come home, back home. Come home to your TV set.
Home, back home, quit running around your head.
Your hands are shaking and your eyes look kinda red.
You close the curtains, but it's not yet time for bed.
A glass too many, you get drunk, then you get sad. You wake up with more clouded thoughts in an aching head.
Come home, back home, come home to your TV set.
Home, back home, quit running around your head.
Come home, back home, come sleep in your own warm bed. Home, back home, quit running around your head. Come back to your old train station. Come home to the good vibrations. Return without contemplation. It feels so good to be home. Come back to your constellation. Come home without indication. Return to your installation. It feels so good to be home. Come back to your old train station. Come home to the good vibration. Return without contemplation. It feels so good to be home. It feels so good to be home. Oh, so good to be home. It feels so good to be home.
I wanna know you like nobody does. I wanna see you every day. Just in the morning, don't forget me, love. In your arms I wanna sway. Please tread lightly on my fragile heart, 'cause I know I'm easy to break. So I'm only gonna ask this once: are you willing to make this mistake? 'Cause I'm not one of the stronger ones. I don't compare to the rest. But I promise if you let me in, then I'll do my best. enough of going out at night. I've gotten sick of all the games. So no more searching, I'm not gonna find someone like you for the rest of my days. So you can throw me off the highest cliff just by lying straight to my face. Or you can bring me back to life if you tell me you're willing to stay. 'Cause I don't know any fancy tricks, and I'm no sight for sore eyes. But I promise if you let me in, you'll hear no more goodbyes. So take my hand and squeeze it tight. Take my body too. Oh, I wanna live a little life, and I want it with you. Oh, just take my hand and squeeze it tight. Take my body too. Oh, I wanna live a little life, and I want it with you. I want it with you.
Sometimes I sit around wondering what it's like up there. Will I catch a glimpse of her this time, as I stand freezing in the cold November night? I ask her for a little peace of mind, 'cause I can't keep up with the changing of the tides. To her I'm just another lonesome guy, falling in and out of love as days go by. The moon is a silent witness. The moon has a quiet mind. I can be too much sometimes. I tend to talk until there's nothing left to say. When everybody's gone to bed, I know that she'll be wide awake. She will never change. She's the same as when I was a baby child. To her I'm just another lonesome girl, falling in and out of love as days go by. The moon is a silent witness. The moon has a quiet mind. could kill. I would kill this. I would kill this. Slayer of wonder, slayer of words, murderer of poets, murderer of songs, who rob me of your memory, rob me of your time, made a way to the symphony of your beautiful mind, of your beautiful mind. My love could kill. If my love could kill, I would kill this. I would kill this. Destroyer of brilliance, destroyer of hope, invader of skin, invader of bone, who rob me of your memory, rob me of your time, made a way into the symphony of your beautiful mind, of your beautiful mind. My love could kill. My love could kill. My love could kill.
I believe in star signs, and I believe in film romances. I believe in fantasy, and I believe with just one glance he's crazy for my eyes. 'Cause I believe the lies of handsome men. I believe in witchcraft, I believe in Cinderella, I believe in gypsies, and I believe I cast a spell that sends him to the skies. 'Cause I believe the lies of handsome men. Somewhere in the corner of my mind, I'm not a fool, completely blind. And even though he's hooked me on his line, I find the pleasure's been mine. I believe in love songs, they seem to know just what I'm feeling. I believe Prince Charming, I never guess he's double dealing. How my spirits rise, believing in the lies of handsome men. Sometimes in a dark and quiet place, the truth and I meet face to face. even if His Highness disappears, I keep some stunning souvenirs. So I believe in heroes, and I expect that happy ending, wishing on some rainbow. I pretend He's not pretending. Someday I'll get wise, but right now I need the lives of handsome men.
Born in the mountains 50 years ago, I climbed hills and valleys through the rain and snow. I seen the lightning flashing, I heard the thunder roll.
Ja, dat klopt. Ja, je hebt hele terug nodig. Ja, MIT heeft ooit zo'n kabel gehad, hè? En hoe heet het nou?
Verheersbanding, weet je wel.
En je hebt een correctie nodig in impedantie, want de coax is 75 ohm. En dat is veel te hoog. Dus die MIT en er was nog eentje. Dat was een heel bekend merk.
Ik heb een correctie hier wat.
Ja, dat kan. Ja, kan, maar het wordt heel zacht. Moet je gas geven.
Met een lin heb ik geen probleem.
Ja, nou, coax is heel goed.
En een ring current Trevo.
Die kant staat weer aan. Even kijken, wat heb ik nou? Ik moet, ja. Als je nou deze kabel, die hebben we als laatste gepakt, nog één trek pakt en dan wissel ik hem.
Ja.
Dan ga ik even een toilettaire stop maken. En dan, nou, jullie zijn weer terug. Ik wissel even de band.
Hi everyone. So to sum up, we have had 7 cables. my
7
time.
cables already.
5
5 to go.
5 more to go. We started out with a DIY cable from the Baumarkt. What's that Baumarkt in English?
The DIY shop.
Yeah.
De laatste die we hebben gereviewd wel. Anders moet ik weer die kabel.
And then we've had 6, let's say, serious speaker cables, which all were quite different, I must say. And
Yeah.
we disagreed.
On a few.
We didn't disagree on everything, but we disagreed on a few. And then Jaap tried to put it together. And so we had a very beautiful lunch, as in cricket. So now we're back again. So what are you advise us to do, Jaap? Just
We start out with.
we start with
this
cable
cable.
7,
Yeah.
and we play some.
Your baseline, you thought this cable was very smooth and
Yep.
relaxing.
Okay, let's try to.
So pick this cable, one track, and then we switch to another one.
Okay.
What do you want to hear?
Let's do Emoto.
Emoto? Mendelssohn. Ik heb een tonica eindigen. Hè?
Ja. Even kijken. Oh ja. Well, Jaap is gonna switch cables, so we're gonna go to.
Don't look.
We don't look. Cable number 8.
Oh, moet even de microfoon schakelen. Jung is dying.
We hope that Jung will survive until the end of this test.
So my body is also reacting to it, I guess.
Yeah.
So
Relaxing sound.
relaxing sound. It's still the same. Impressions are still the
Yes.
same. Yeah.
Well, at luncheon, we talked about that. When we review the interlinks, we heard more differences than with speaker cables.
Yeah.
Why do you well agree or not agree that that's just what it is? Why would it be?
I'm not a scientist or a technical person by education, but it has to do something with the amount of current. I think power and current going over the cable.
I
Yeah,
guess.
but when we reviewed power cables, we heard quite some difference as well in sound staging, and so I honestly I would expect that speaker cables, being sort of power cables, would also be, you would hear much more different because they're the last, they're after the whole chain. So there is a power amp that gives the signal to the speakers, and that's the last thing, and it's the collaboration between power amp, cable and speaker that does the magic or does not do the magic. Even more so than I would guess than with interlinks, because they're low current, it's less critical, but apparently not.
Apparently not. I know that interlinks can make a huge difference.
Yeah.
Because I have at home a name amplifier and a name streamer. Nothing special, just the entry level name stuff.
Which is
from
for
years
most
ago.
people already way above par,
Yeah,
but it's
okay,
okay.
but
Not bad.
it's very nice to listen to, and they deliver their own DIN cable with. If you buy
Yeah.
2 of those things, and we did at the same time, you get a
it did.
cable DIN cable for free, which is their standard cable,
Yeah.
and that beats everything
Yeah,
I've heard
because
so far
it's- Yeah,
on that combination. So the DIN input on the name is better than the RCA. That's the alternative. And I have tried several different RCA cables, RCA interlinks, and you can hear differences very clearly between one cable and the other.
Yeah.
I mean, that's huge, like you said. But that DIN cable itself is hard to beat, especially for the price, which was for free.
yeah.
Best price.
Yeah.
Performance.
Yeah, that's the best
Ever.
price performance ever. But so you hear a lot of difference with interlinks, but also with speaker cable. I've tried different things at home, and you hear
Yeah,
differences.
me too. Yeah. What do you make of
Name,
it?
It's a little bit different because name uses DIN, and DIN has a star ground, which is technically a lot better than a floating ground or non-star ground. So I can imagine that in your case DIN will always be better than Kinch, because RCA is the worst connector ever. It's easy to use, but it's bad.
Yep.
That's why we, well, at least at the office, always use balanced.
XLR. What do you make of it, of speaker cables? Because the difference are, of course, we can hear it, but it's very subtle. It's on the highs or tonal balance or neutrality.
Imaging.
Imaging.
I think imaging is
different. I think
the
bass kick is also different per cable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's less prominent than interlinks.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think a lot of power amp designers do a good job in making the output impedance very, very, very low, and the lower the output impedance and the higher the input impedance, the less the cable does. That's just physics. And that's what they also do with the preamp, power amp. They're matched, so it's very low output impedance to very high input impedance. Then the cable has less influence. I think it's still audible, but it gets less and less. That's why component matching can be very hard.
Yeah.
Because if it's not within the same brand, they're not matched.
Yeah.
And if I would pick a Spectral preamp, for example, they used to be single-ended in design, and Past Labs optimizes for balanced, symmetrical design. It's their whole philosophy. The X series are super symmetrical, so he believes in balanced, and Spectral believes in single-ended. So if you match them, it's not a match.
Nope.
It's a mismatch.
Mismatch. Yeah.
So that's what I think, but it's hard. I'm not completely ready to give a conclusive answer. But the next cable.
The next cable.
Cable number
Cables price range between 800 and 1500 euros. We're testing 11 brands and one DIY brand. And we are testing blind, so we don't know what's branched racked up right now. So we're closing our eyes or we're diverting our heads, and we're making notes just to sum up on a few criteria: balance, coloration, details, blackness in sound, stereo imaging, and overall impression.
It's an interesting question from one of the guys in the comments. A hypothetical question: if a cable does not add anything but instead reduces losses, which is true, of course, every cable has a loss, how would the speaker sound if you use a 100% transparent cable?
So let's repeat the question. If a cable would
do nothing,
how would the speaker sound at 100%? We don't know because we don't have that cable, so
Active systems.
Active systems,
yes.
So.
Yes.
Yeah.
Active systems, that's right.
Yeah.
And then active systems meaning there's a DSP and then the
filtering is done before.
The filtering is done before the amplification.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
I think now I'm thinking of it. I think.
Jaap thinks.
I'm thinking.
Uh-oh.
If a speaker designer can optimize the whole chain, it can compensate for phase differences, and every cable has a phase issue that's inherent to the impedance rise. They can compensate for that in the filtering already. Damn, I think that's why they're so bizarrely phase coherent.
Well, that's
systems.
Philips with emotional feedback.
Exactly.
When you read back in the 77s, I think.
They compensate.
The white papers on emotional feedback, they exactly say, I was a small boy by then, so I couldn't. They say that there's something going wrong when you put the amplifier more than 3 feet away from the speaker because you have these cables. But then there were these very thin
cables,
DIN plugs. But then they invented the emotional feedback system, which were actually the active speakers we have nowadays. With compensation.
But I noticed with the different active speaker reviews I did that indeed the phase behavior is everything.
Yeah, that's everything. But you don't have 3 meters of phase fuck-ups.
Okay, yeah. This is concluded. You have to sell those tots again. And
no.
and wait until they make active speakers.
Mr. Boeghaert,
and 20 centimeters of speaker cable.
Mr. Boeghaert, just be on your phone on Monday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jaap will call you. Okay.
Yeah, 8.
So we have 3 tracks, just to sum up. Memo Hands jazz quartet with a trio, piano, drums, and saxophone. We have a very strange French vocal group without a name, and they cover Janis Joplin's Mercedes-Benz. Just wait and shiver. And then we have Mendelssohn played by a 9-piece classical
ensemble.
Nintet. Nonet. Recorded in the Netherlands by the magnificent label Triptych. And we start with Memo Hands, Oni. Moest een DJ worden.
Won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz? My friends all drive Porsches, I must make amends. Walk out of my lifetime, no help from my friends. Oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz?
Should I begin?
Yeah.
Let's see if we are on the same.
Same page.
Yeah, on the same page. Well, the first notes I had with Memo Hand with oomph.
Yeah.
The piano was very full,
Mm-hmm.
and it was really. I was really into the music. It was nice, and it had a little bit. It was both laid back and dynamic.
Yes. Yeah,
That's-
exactly what I wrote.
And you can explain that in difference. You can say it does nothing wrong, but that's maybe it doesn't not do justice to what a cable does. But it was overall. I think it's a very good one.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
Don't look.
We don't look. We won't look. The things I wrote down was that the sounds of, but only the Memo Hands track, the sound of the piano was very clean. It was really a piano I was listening
It
to.
was. It really was.
And also the saxophone had a lot of breathing sounds. So you
Airiness around it,
airiness,
yeah.
But also literally the air blowing in and around the mouthpiece. I heard it a lot. Also with the same with Mercedes-Benz. I mean, there was a really nice balance between all the voices. So the lower voices, the male voices, the female voices, the different female voices. But also each voice in itself had also balance in the sound. So it was both from the chest and from the throat you heard them sing. So microdynamics. I mean, this cable is all about microdynamics.
It is.
The
Yes.
transients, everything is so precise. And then we came to Intercontinental Ensemble, to the room, and exactly what you said. It's like being dynamic and relaxing at the
Yes.
same moment. It's very weird.
And it's what I experience when something is just right. You just start listening to music
Yes.
and not paying attention to this, because I was just listening. Okay, what can I write? It's okay. It's
It's just right.
just right.
It's just right because the it was light and airy. I mean, a clear sound,
Yeah.
but without getting bright.
Which means, to put things into perspective, which means that in this case, the matching between this speaker, this amplifier,
This cable is
is
perfect.
just right.
It's
It's
spot on.
just right.
I'm so fucking happy. Oh, Piet.
That was our test if we could stay or not stay.
Oh, we're not fired?
No,
Oh,
no.
God.
Thank you.
I'm so glad you like this
Hey,
one.
Martijn, tik hem aan.
Come on.
This
You
is,
made the test, Jung.
Ooh.
We did it.
this is by far the best measuring cable in the whole bunch.
Okay.
Yeah. Really. The balance you were talking about
Yeah.
is exactly why it's on my number one in the list. Like, damn, this is impressive.
Yeah.
And I heard it on the headphones and I was like, oh, exactly what you described.
You
like,
just gave away a little bit too much
yeah, but
because
that-
we
no,
have
that's
to
not
listen to
important
other.
because
Yeah.
there's still you don't know which one.
No.
And for me, it stood out, even on the samples. Like, damn, this is really nice. Like you said, it's detailed but not stressing. It's detailed but not overly.
So would you say that this cable would do this in?
Every setup.
Okay, that's quite a statement.
I'm convinced
Okay.
this will work in every system.
And I just wanted to. I was thinking about.
Maybe reverting back to the question,
Yeah.
what would it sound like if the cable wouldn't was completely transparent? I think this the balanced sound that you get. I mean that everything is just right. That would be probably if a cable would be 100% transparent, so adds nothing, doesn't lose anything at all.
Yeah.
It
And no
would sound like
no
this.
DSP.
No DSP.
It
It
was.
would be sound.
I was thinking about because we talked about active speakers.
Yeah.
When you play Mercedes-Benz on a Sonos,
Yeah.
Sonos gets totally confused by this track.
Oh yeah.
So you hear the bass, you hear the basses are stressed like hell, and it's everything is lost. And I'm trying to review that lamp, but it's impossible with the tracks I'm.
I tried that.
And Mendelssohn is
exactly
the same story. When you play classic, it says, okay, this is 300 hertz. Okay, I put on some compression. Whoop, and you hear.
Yeah. Dynamic tracks are. I tried way back, 15 years back, I think, when I wrote for a computer magazine. I made a review about some Bose desktop loudspeakers, and back then I already liked Massive Attack, so it's like, oh cool, 100th window. The whole phase tricking with Massive Attack is their thing.
Yes.
Completely garbage.
Yeah, gone. Yeah.
Because the DSP didn't know what to do.
Yeah,
like, whoa!
it panicked. Also.
Panic mode. Yeah. But I think I'm glad that you like this cable, because it confirms one of my things.
Very curious on what brand we will have been listening to.
But
But
in the end,
Yes.
yeah.
but we agreed
one.
on this one, Martijn. I'm glad.
We agreed on this one. That's cool.
Yeah.
Maybe because there's hardly any signature.
We had to agree on one cable, and we did.
We agreed on the first
Yeah.
four. We
Yes,
also
yes,
agreed.
yes. But that was because we
Then
agreed on what
then we
didn't.
diverged.
But then we agreed on what we didn't like, and now we agreed on what we liked.
Oh, some guy asked, what about soundstage and depth? You didn't discuss on that.
Again, just right. It was not too big, not too small.
No.
It wasn't overly deep in the sense of makeshift deep, but
No.
it's again. I'm sitting, listening to the Intercontinental Ensemble. I'm sitting in that church. I mean, I'm hearing the sound of that church and the dimensions of that church, which I know. I've played there myself. It
And the other did either make it smaller or bigger,
Yeah.
or like a zoom lens. And with Mama Hans, you were listening to a jazz ensemble,
Yeah.
recorded in the studio,
Yeah.
a little bit, mastering done with it. And with Mercedes-Benz, you were listening to a vocal group, I think with 2 or 3 microphones,
Very close. Yeah.
pretty close, like this, with headphones on and the shield, and they're singing, and that's what you hear.
Yes.
You hear the differences in tonal, not tonal, but in the room acoustics,
Yes. Room acoustics. Yeah.
and reverberation.
One thing for our readers, because there are a lot of discussions about the measurements, please wait for the article. We measured a lot of shit on this cable, a lot of stuff on this cable. So please just wait before you think you know everything. It's not published yet. We have loads of
It's good that
graphs.
they have, and that I think that they have their opinions. But so you're saying you have not published everything yet?
No, I didn't
cables.
publish anything yet. So please
That's
wait
good,
for
but
the
it's-
article. It's very complete. This is one part. There's more. So thanks.
There's more.
There's more.
Can we go on, Jaap?
Yeah, it's connected.
Okay.
Then we go to
Memo hands. Cable number 9.
won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz? My friends all drive Porsches, I must make amends. Walk out of my lifetime, no help from my friends. Oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz?
Well, I have only one impression or overall impression. It's like the sound is locked in and tries to wring itself out. That's the feeling I get with this. It's like the equalizer has been put on both bass and midtones and high tones. So that's how it feels. Like everything is pumped up a bit and the sound tries to escape but doesn't get out.
Yeah. Do you know what I wrote?
No.
The saxophone sounds like Kenny G. That's a compliment to Kenny G. The drum, every drum sounded the same.
Yeah.
You know,
What's
even
different in the back, yeah.
the toms should sound differently.
Yeah.
There were two or three, and the snare didn't make sense to me at all. So I was confused. And the second one I wrote down at Mercedes-Benz. It's like I'm listening to a headphone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
Too close.
yeah,
Too close in also.
yeah. And it's polished, but not polished as the way I like it also. And the sound doesn't seem to leave the speakers.
Yeah.
Well, that's it, and then I stop writing. And it could be the match, of course, but
No, I think there's a specific signature with
Yeah.
this. And it's a signature that we maybe don't like, but it
we don't like Kenny G.
I
But
don't-
do you agree with the coloration of the
yes,
saxophone?
Yes.
It
yeah,
was
I've
so
heard it
smooth.
Yeah,
Polished.
polished. Yeah.
Polished.
Some people like that.
Yeah, I mean,
And it could be that your system would benefit from a polished when you have a very neutral system.
Yeah.
Like name is very neutral.
No, name is not very neutral.
Maybe
Well,
not.
it's-
Maybe your system isn't. But we have listened to some name or Lin
The
as
higher
well
end series, 300,
are
500
very,
and up,
and
is very
they
neutral.
could benefit from
Yeah.
speakers that have some oomph or some. I don't know.
I
Yeah.
don't know, but I mean, we listen to different cables. I mean, normally you have one cable at home, and
Yeah.
we listen to different, and we listen for differences also.
Now, and this system is very neutral.
And the system is neutral, but it's neutral, but smooth, rounded.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and that was pumped up a little bit, I
Sorry.
think. But we listen for differences, and if you have all those different cables next to each other,
Yeah.
like we do today, you start to notice the differences more and more.
Yeah.
And the other one, the previous cable, was so different from this one.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
So if we would have heard this one, let's say after the
After the first one.
the first or after the third one, then we probably would have a little bit of different impression.
That's also, I think, we are, we have listened to a lot of music, a lot of cables. We're a little bit tired, at least I am. So we're not as neutral ourselves.
No,
But still,
that's true.
I think that you and I have more or less the same impression. That says something.
Yes.
Let's see what you think.
And yeah, do you have anything to add on our learned comments, or can we just go on with the next one?
Well, it is a different kind of cable, for sure. So the fact that you hear a big difference in the previous one and this one is logical.
Mm-hmm.
It has a higher capacitance, for example. The frequency response measurement is pretty much the same as the previous one.
Hmm.
So that's odd. It should be
So you don't
pretty
recognize the
neutral.
coloration we hear.
no coloration. I don't recognize
Okay.
in my measurements. But I think in terms of phase, there's a huge difference between the two.
And that would explain the soundstage
Definitely.
thing.
Yeah, it is different.
Okay.
And this one is also
Different.
different from the previous one.
Number 10.
Yeah.
Number 10.
Okay. Oni again.
3 to
with
go.
number 10.
Won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz? My friends all drive Porsches, I must make amends. Walk out of my lifetime, no help from my friends. Oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz?
doen, wou hem niet uitzetten.
Nee.
Also very clear, I think, in character.
Yeah.
It's rhythm and pacing. That's all. It's all about rhythm and pacing. And what struck me immediately from the first note is that the stereo image is very wide. It's like the 16 by 9 anamorphic equivalent in sound. But within that rhythm and that pacing, the balance between the different sounds and the balance in bass, mid, and high is right.
Yes, it.
Don't look. Okay.
Yeah.
Is right. And yeah, I like this.
Yeah, you liked it?
Yeah.
It was a bit like Cable 8. You know,
Seriously?
in what I did with me, I
Yeah.
felt quite relaxed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a different tonal thing.
Oh, don't look.
Don't look. This is
I'm not
very
looking.
clear.
Tone-wise, it was a difference, but it had the same. No, I felt relaxed.
I mean, I don't like it in the sense that I wouldn't want to have it because of the stereo imaging
Yeah.
and the way it's being torn apart, and the way it doesn't have the spacing. I mean, I miss some kind of reverb and stuff, but the rhythm and the pace from a
Yeah.
musical perspective, being in the music,
Yeah.
this is being in the music.
But did you also hear that the sax at the beginning seemed to drown a bit between
Yeah.
the drums and the.
Yeah.
And later on it became better, but then it was a more quiet, less rhythmic piece of part of the piece. But in the beginning, I couldn't find the sax. Well, it was there, of course.
It was the drums were more prominent, but also what I wrote down is there is a counter rhythm in the piano at the start of the track of Mammal Hands of Oni. So that's why it swings, and this was the first time that counter rhythm in the piano was so prominent. No, I haven't heard it that prominent so
Before.
far.
Okay.
No. But the saxophone was, I wrote, it's more sonore in its sound.
yeah.
So there's less air. It's more like the prominent metal sound of the saxophone.
Yeah. It's amazing what it can do, the cable.
Yes.
It's just
This one
Wow.
takes a while, so.
But it also the cable, I mean, it's a different kind of sound. Even the instruments sound different. It didn't bug me in the sense that I didn't like it. I mean, I liked it what it did.
Yes.
And it was very obvious what it does. But then again, I wrote down on the overall impressions. It listens in a very agreeable way.
yeah, very pleasant.
Yes. Jaap is.
What are you doing, Jaap?
Yeah, this one is a bit hard.
Okay.
Oh, well. Yes.
This is work. I mean, it's already hot in here, and I'm literally
Over
above my pause laps.
over your past laps.
My oven.
Bending over your past laps.
God. This is not the fun part.
But this is the last one.
No,
one more.
Why?
2 more. We are. This is cable 11, the next one, and then we get to
Oh,
12.
Gosh.
Yeah, you have to. You didn't train, did you? No, you didn't. You like we said, you had to go into training boot camp for.
Boot camp. Yeah.
Damn, it's hot behind the funny at all. Fuck. This thing is 60 degrees.
Yeah.
Okay, it's in there. Please don't look. It's very recognizable.
Okay. Yeah.
We haven't looked.
We haven't looked, but even if we would recognize it, I would probably not know what it is.
No,
so.
because
Oh,
it's,
okay, that's true. That's true.
and we let our ears do the talking.
Yeah. Yes. Good.
A sip
Alright.
of sip of water.
Finished.
2 more to go. 2 more to go.
Yeah. Go.
Sorry. Oni.
Won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz? My friends all drive Porsches, I must make amends. Work hard of my lifetime, no help from my friends. Oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz?
Buy me
pity to switch it off.
What did you think, Hume?
I didn't think. I just enjoyed the music.
Yeah?
Yes. Oh, we don't agree.
No, we don't agree.
Good. Okay.
Good. Don't look. This is also very recognizable.
Then you go first.
I had one problem with it, and that was that the sound over the different frequencies of the same instrument is not stable. I heard it in the saxophone. I heard it in the oboe on the intercontinental ensemble. The oboe on the lower notes, it's darker than on the upper notes, and also the violin already also got a metallic sheen on the on the sound.
You could hear it, and you could also hear it in the voices.
Yeah,
of Mercedes-Benz.
but
I like that.
okay, that's
I like
preference.
the way it was. Let's call it EQ or whatever.
Yep.
For me, it was pleasant, but that's personal.
The instability of the frequency, the sound color. Now, I have to say it right for the people who are watching. It's the sound of the instrument, of the same instrument, changes over the different frequencies it plays on. So, and that doesn't, an instrument like a saxophone, and especially with the skill level that he has on playing it, sounds quite even over all the different notes.
Yes.
And here it was clearly not even across the different notes.
A flute player,
Yeah.
so you can hear that. I don't hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a very typical. I think you can measure where it starts to change. Probably, I think, because it's so prominent in all the different instruments on the same frequency curve.
Yeah.
So you must be able to see it in the curve.
Probably. We can check that.
But the stereo image in itself, if I wrote down the stereo image, it's playing very forward.
It is.
It is brighter, this one, yeah.
Not in a unpleasant way, by the way. I mean, there was still a lot of room, and you heard the acoustics of the church with the intercontinental ensemble.
Yes.
You really heard it. I mean, there was space around the instruments.
In the back it was very big.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Yeah, I would say maybe we had before we had one where we compared it to a zoom lens.
Yeah.
This has the same properties, but it's less emphasized, and therefore I was really pulled into the music.
Okay.
And I heard in Mammal Hands a balance between the three instruments, and I heard so much detail in the drums. It was amazing.
Yeah.
I think also there was a Richard moan of the singer. You know, Mercedes-Benz, she moans in the beginning. You hear so much detail in her, in her moaning.
In her moan.
And the human beatbox, because I know this song from my electrostatic speakers.
It had a kick.
Yeah, and it had a kick with carton
With
board.
Hardly any cable
Yeah.
did that.
And
Only
but it sometimes can be too much. But it had something that I recognize from my electrostatic speakers,
Yeah.
Okay.
which is
Your
quite rare.
Headphone speakers.
Yeah, I have Stax and Hi-Fi Man. Because I heard this song for the first time through these ear speakers.
Okay.
And you hear this human beatbox, which is always very hard to record, but also hard to play. You have to hear a kick. And up to now, it was the best kick I've heard.
Yeah, same for me.
What I found that was the wood players really sound as they were playing as one instrument, a bit like an organ. And I like that. So I heard what you heard, but it didn't bother me as much because I was more impressed by all the other things I heard. But maybe when I hear it for the second time, I say, okay, Martijn is right. So overall, it's like a studio monitor.
Yeah.
Detailed and soundstage.
It's very precise.
And then you can hear, I think you're right, you can hear differences in tonality in an oboe or a saxophone or a voice. And that's right, because I don't agree that there's one linear.
I don't say it's linear, but here it was. There is a fault line.
Yeah.
It's like breaking apart, and
Ah,
it's
yeah,
different.
yeah.
The
It
response
wasn't
is
fluid.
different. It's not fluid.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think
the different registers. I'm a flute player, so a low on the flute and high on the flute is completely different in sound,
Yeah.
in color. Even if you are not a very good player, there's still a lot of difference. Getting that smooth is the most hardest part of playing flute, but with a saxophone it's more even over the. And here the break was too obvious for me.
For me, this was the second cable I really liked.
Okay.
Because of its flat impedance. I thought that's special. And I think you can hear it in the high extension and in the bass extension. Because it's actually more flat in that area than other cables. Maybe that's why you hear the brightness a little bit more than on the other ones. Could be. About the fluctuation in coloration, I don't know. I just set it in the back and I thought, yeah, I actually do like this one. I do hear what it's supposed to be doing. On the other hand, it's really heavily shielded. So maybe that's what you hear in releasing energy in
Could be,
areas where it shouldn't be. Could be. We're just trying.
Yep.
Trying here. Last one.
The last one.
The last one of the
The
bunch.
last one already.
Already. I'm getting overheated.
Yeah. I think. Are there still people who have joined us from the
Yeah.
start who are still with us?
Amazing.
Amazing
Yeah.
people. I have admiration for your.
Yeah.
I think
Stamina.
I wouldn't do that.
No.
No, me neither.
Why are we doing it? Actually?
I have no clue.
Let's put some philosophy into this
Let's debate that before listening.
show.
Yeah.
All cables are. You can tell the
Yeah.
viewers that all cables are burned in and being played in and stuff like that.
All
Okay.
cables are burned in, and believe me, if they would not be burned in, they would be burned in by now.
It's 75
Because,
degrees Celsius in here or something like that.
The global warming,
28.
global warming has for long started here at our audio studio.
So,
That's because we burn in everything that comes here.
It's 28.5 in this room.
It's almost 30. So 80 Fahrenheit or so. Okay, Oni.
you buy me a Mercedes Benz? My friends all drive Porsches, I must make amends. Work hard of my lifetime, no help from my friends. Oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz?
Good.
What are your notes, Jung? You have to draw your microphone.
Still alive, Jung.
Do you have notes or? was
Yes,
it-
I do. I had my notes were this is a radio 4 tuning.
Yeah.
And that means?
Yeah.
Um,
I know it.
yeah, how would you describe that?
Relaxing? Laid
No.
back?
No, it's. There's a.
Yeah.
It's a bit. What I heard was there's a bit more prominence in the lower notes, so that's emphasized, for which all the notes, all the tonality of all the notes, it's more like weighted. It gets more weight in the different notes.
That's crazy.
But it doesn't get slow. It's still dynamic.
No.
Still, yeah.
The pacing is right. It's not the most pacing, but it is.
Yeah. It's not. It's less involving compared to other cables.
It dips to 300 hertz. this
Yeah.
year.
Okay.
So the bass, it's there's no high roll off. There's
No.
just a small bump.
And what I
It's nuts.
with Mercedes-Benz,
Yeah.
the voices fell apart, and that could
Yeah.
explain this because what you do is you
But what was
except in the upper mid range, it
Yeah.
must be,
Yeah.
you break away the coherence.
yeah.
What's strange here? This is the first cable where I really had to listen like this
Yeah.
or this. The on axis and off axis
Yeah.
stereo image was very
Yeah.
different. There's a big difference in with this cable. With the other cables, it wasn't. It's there, but not that much. But with this, a lot.
I did
And-
like its relaxiness.
It was neutral and
It was I think it was very
no
laid
stress.
back. No
It-
stress.
No,
Nothing.
it had a very deep stereo image, but not a very wide stereo image
Yeah.
on axis.
Well, again,
Yes.
all explainable in this one. That's the crazy thing.
What?
It's explainable.
Okay.
If I take my notes, I can reveal it now. This was
Yeah.
the Supra sword.
It was Supra.
Supra. It is 4 meters because they made a mistake. All the other ones are 3 meters because I asked for 2 times 3 meters. Otherwise, the measurements don't hold up because conductance is influenced by length, etc., etc. But this one, even if I correct it, measures quite the same as the stock cable in response. I'm not saying it's the same in phase or detail or everything, but the response is quite the same. It goes up a little bit at 40 to 60 hertz, so you hear a small bump. Then it goes down half a dB to 300 hertz. That's where the vocals are. And then it goes up. And then after 16 kilohertz it's going down, but most of the cables do. So that's funny. Because you said radio 4 tuning, I didn't know it, but what's radio 4 tuning? Well, this is radio 4 tuning.
For the non-Dutch viewers, Radio 4 is our classical
Yeah.
radio station.
Radio station. Yeah.
Okay, let me reveal.
Yeah, I'm curious now.
The first one was stock cable, of course.
Yep.
The second one was Audioquest Type 9 without DBS. The third one was
Right.
Audioquest Type 9 with DBS, and you both preferred the DBS version.
Yes.
That's why I said they will be very happy with that, because it's a 300 euro option. I heard a bump in treble, mostly with DBS.
So 3 is Audioquest with.
It is different.
It is different, absolutely. Yeah.
I didn't expect it because it measures practically the same. So it does something which we still can't measure. I'm curious about that. I'll talk with Garth Powell about it, what it exactly does. The fourth was Ricable, the Daedalus
That was the
Elite. The fifth one was MIT Evo 3. That's a corrected cable with the circuitry in the cable. 6 was Chord Epic XL. It was mighty impressive, that one. I think
That's the one that I think sucked.
you
Yes,
didn't like it.
it
No,
did.
I was at the back, was like, holy shit,
Yeah.
this is impressive.
No.
It is totally different.
Yes.
They did something in that cable. It's like nitro for your system. If you have a dull system, buy the Epic XL.
Yeah, it's pepper.
Pepper for your hi-fi.
Okay.
The 7th one you called fluid is the Driade Flow. Was
Wait a minute. That's the 7th
Yeah.
of the in total. So it's
Yeah.
number 6 of the.
Number 7. No, it's number 7.
Oh yeah. Yes.
one
yes,
was
yes.
stock, 2 Audioquest.
No.
3
I
Audioquest.
got it.
So 7 was Driade Flow, 8 was Shunyata, the Venom.
That is where we both said there's
Yeah.
nothing wrong.
That was
for me it
Nice.
was absolute number 1 in measurements. For you it was
Shunyata.
absolute. I don't know if it's still your number 1,
yes,
but
it is. Yes.
for me it is absolutely number 1 also now.
Yeah.
It's crazy good. 9 was Transparent, that was after the break.
Transparent.
Transparent Plus, it's also a corrected cable.
The thing that doesn't sound transparent at all.
Kenny G.
That was Kenny G. Yeah.
I also thought this
Closed in sound.
this is different. Yeah, I'm still not convinced, even by the MIT one. I don't like cables with correction circuitry in it. It does something with the stereo image. Could be nice, but for me it's like a tunnel. I miss the atmosphere, and with the transparent is less, but tonality is different. I think they tune on Wilson Audio, and Wilson Audio is very bright, so maybe that's the reason they use transparent cable. I don't know. 10 was the John van Gent ML reference. It's silver-plated copper. 11 was Van den Hul. I like that one. You didn't.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I did. And the last one was Supra.
Okay, I was wrong about the Ricable.
Yeah, you were. But the Ricable was very different. The transfer overgang. Yeah.
Yep.
Jump from the Audioquest with DBS to Ricable was big. It's very different.
Yeah, but it's also sounding very different than the cable I have
Yeah.
from Ricable.
That's the thing with Ricable, because when I was with Jeffrey, he had was it the Magnus?
Yep.
I didn't like it in his system. Then we went to Invictus, and I was like, holy shit,
Oh,
this
yeah.
is really good. Totally different balance. Totally different cable.
Yep.
Really weird. I do like this one, but not as much as the Invictus. The Invictus is crazy good. You have the normal dataless?
I have the normal, the old one.
Yeah, this is
Which-
the new one. This
yeah.
is the Elite. It's supposed to be just above the normal one.
Yeah, and shielded.
The Elite.
Yeah, the new cables are all shielded.
Yeah, and not really well shielded. It's not really.
Mine is unshielded.
Yeah, and it's different because
It's very
all-
different.
with every cable you mentioned that you heard, they're all shielded.
Yeah.
Now I can reveal it.
Okay.
Wow.
Shielding keeps energy inside,
Yes.
keeps energy from going outside in, but also from inside out. I think you hear reflection in the cable.
Could be. I don't know what
I can. All the cables that have shielding, no, not all of them. Yeah, all shielded cables respond weirdly in the 20 kilohertz block wave. Either they slow it down a little bit, or they have overshoot.
Oh yeah.
And the Venom is absolutely nuts. It's a perfect square wave, and it's not shielded. I don't think that shielding works in a speaker cable, or maybe not a cable at all. But yeah, that was one thing that struck me. But that's my conclusion. I don't know if it's completely accurate. But what's your top 3?
Well, number one is simple. That was the one that you said. I've forgotten the name already.
Shunyata.
Shunyata, yeah.
Well, unanimous, I think.
And then I have one. I have one with 2 exclamation marks, which was number 8.
Yeah, that was the Shunyata.
Oh, that was a Shunyata.
Yeah.
Sorry. Then I have 2 other ones with an exclamation mark, number 3.
Ha!
With the Audioquest with DSB.
Yeah, DBS. Yeah, okay,
DBS.
nice. That was my number 3.
And number 5. And the one that you didn't like at all.
MIT. Oh, that was not in my list. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You?
Same the first, and then I think the one I liked and one before, number 7.
Driade?
Yes, and then Van der Hul.
Okay. Okay.
So please send me.
Well, my top. Shunyata, Audioquest, Van den Hul. So, we have some overlap.
Yeah, we do.
70% to be exact. Driade and MIT were both not in my list. Because Driade has...
That would be.
Shunyata is crazy. It measures really well
No,
and
but
it fits in
the
my
price?
system really
Price?
well. Oh, it's 1410.
Oh.
It's one of the
Oh,
most
that's
expensive.
expensive.
Chord was the most expensive.
Van der Hul?
Van den Hul is 1250. The reason I don't have Driade in my list is because of the impedance. It's really high. I don't know, and because of that you get a high roll-off. That's why it's not in my list. I do like its sound. MIT is extremely high capacitive. So I don't think it will work on all systems.
Okay.
Tube amps is not possible, I think, with this cable. And it's just average in every measurement. But measurements don't say everything. The Van den Hul is really flat impedance. The response is not completely flat, but it's with the best. But we don't have John van Gent. It's transparent. Shunyata and John van Gent are all very flat measuring in the response, but the Shunyata is the only one of the 3 that measures in every aspect really well.
Yeah.
So an Audioquest is remarkably well balanced in everything. And I did like its sound. It's beefy. It's rhythmic. It's nice. So we're finished.
We're finished. Yay!
And there is an overlap in measurements and performance.
We have to analyze it
Well.
very, very well to see what at the end the results will be. So we have to store these notes very, very
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, definitely.
And again, there's no good, better, best. This is
No.
what works on this system.
And it is dependent on every system.
And dependent on your ears.
Absolutely.
Because as you noticed, we disagreed a few
Yeah.
times
Yeah.
on a few cables.
Yeah.
So it's also what you prefer or look for in a sound.
And it also differs by track, because we
Yes.
listen to really a little bit nerdy tracks, and but also that's also because we had to take care of YouTube, of the copyright. So we, as soon as we play Frank Sinatra, of all people,
Frank
or
Sinatra
Sting,
is a band
or Sting, then we cannot share a stream this long with you. And it makes a difference if you listen to acoustical music, to heavy metal, to prog rock, to classical, chamber music, vocal music.
Yeah.
So try it at home. But we have demonstrated that it really matters.
Yeah.
A cable, a topology, technique, filtering.
I think designing a cable is 50% science and 50% ear. Still, I mean, if you look at what we're testing, they all have different topologies. They all measure differently. In the end, it's how it fits in your system. But I like to prove stuff, and I think we proved that there is a difference,
Yes.
and that some things can be explained. But in the end, if I measure on this speaker, it will be different.
Yeah.
That's the fact. If you measure on a tube amp, it
Yeah.
will be different
So
as well.
try it at home.
Yeah.
Do
There
what
is
we
a correlation.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. So thanks for watching. We've been online for
4 hours.
way too long.
Yeah. So we're gonna close down because this room is
Really
getting
warm.
hotter
Oh,
by
6.5 hours.
No,
6.5
come
hours.
on.
Yeah, I'm not kidding.
with break.
Ja. Echt? Wat is dat?
6:24.
Is dat 4 uur?
No, that's wrong. We started at 10.
Yeah,
And now
4 uur.
it's 4 hours.
4 hours, which is still long.
Long enough. Oh, that's because it was switched on yesterday. So yeah, we've been online long enough now. That's it's warm.
And it's very
So
warm in this
enjoy
room.
your Saturday.
Thanks for watching. See you later. The review will be online around Monday, I think, and on Tuesday will be on the English website. So keep your notifications on. See you later.
Bye bye.
Ciao.
Bye bye.